Good morning, everybody. All right. SPX. Nope. There we go. 268. Little bounce on futures there into open, I'm guessing. Yep. VIX at 1867, huh? It's going to be an interesting morning. A pretty decent amount of put interest all the way down to 4250 right now. There's some call interest at 4270. Kind of a big pile of it. It was a big call wall that they set up last night. I'd be cautious of a bounce back to that range as we trend lower. But this looks like shit. Also, failing the retest of 4,300 is pretty bearish. So today we got to find out if they retreat back to 4,200 and VIX goes to 20. How's everyone doing? Well, VIX is VIXing. It is. It is. We've got Dixie cooled off a little bit. 107.13 right now. Yields aren't rising as aggressively as they were yesterday, but they're still, the top end of the curve is still up about an average of 100 basis points. I'm so tan, I look like a raccoon. Why were you tanning with little goggles on? If JOLTS comes in super hot, you mean low? Could we see 4,200 today? It's possible. It's pretty unlikely, but it's possible. I think that would depend largely on the amount of capitulation we would see on another break of 4,250. What's up, Popcorn Trader? Right now, I think we'll see if they try to get back. Let's see if they try to get charm positive before the JOLTS data comes out. I'm glad I carried my Tesla put overnight. Not so glad I didn't carry my 4280 Ps overnight. Fair. I was on a boat with sunglasses in Greece and went fishing with some neighbors. Glad I carried my Tesla puts. Tesla is getting its just desserts today. I hope so. Fuck Tesla. Yeah, we'll see. A lot of the call interests, or the remaining like short-dated call interest that was betting on the positive output numbers are kind of fell off yesterday. So we should start to see it pull down a bit. But Tesla bulls are relentlessly fucking stupid. If I have a straddle from yesterday with the put leg already up 30%, is the play to take profit and leave the call leg open for JOLTS data? You could, or you could just leave your straddle open for the JOLTS data. That way you're protected on both sides. I don't know how much theta you have. That makes a difference. You could reposition your put leg. So you could take profits from your put leg now and then reposition it as we approach the data print. We got about 24 minutes. Those are both options. What's up, Jose? Thoughts on GRPN? I mean, none. It's going up pretty hard since April. I don't know why. Do people still use Groupon? They went profitable. That's neat. Good for them. I guess it could keep running. It's at resistance right now. How many DT for JOLTS straddle? I mean, it could just be today. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be overly complex. What happened to GME yesterday? It got shorted into the fucking dirt. Will the JOLTS data send a jolt into the markets? Ha! The dirt? You mean the dip before the rip? Yeah. Gross. Maybe. Nope. Here we go. Little bounce back towards 270 where that call interest is. Let's see if they try to get charm. So charm flips positive at it's actually like 277 right now. Like right there. Nvidia is freaking up. Yeah, the positioning on Nvidia is pretty bullish right now. And it's above gamma neutral. So probably not the best time to short it. I'm gonna buy a few hundred shares of GME to lower my cost basis. What would be the best time to buy in? When it's cheap? I don't know how much lower it's gonna go. I mean, there's not a lot of historic resistance down here, right? There's a couple levels from Feb 21, and that's about it. Under 15 seems like a good price. Well, it is until you consider the fact that the stock's really only worth like a few dollars a share book value, and the CEO just announced that they were going full austerity well in advance of any recession. How low do you think Fubo will go? I don't think it's impossible for us to see like $1.50 again. I don't know if we'd go much below that without some serious shorting or a big earnings miss. Because people are selling bonds in anticipation of yields rising, Bob, which drives yields up. Also, people are shorting the fuck out of treasuries. Based on your chart in the DD this morning, are you implying a positive range for the day? There's a lot more upside on the range than downside. Does this imply bull or limited down? No. The downside isn't limited in any way. The downside can break below 4250. It's just that 4250 is expected to be defended heavily. Whereas the upside kind of has less resistance. So the extent of the possible upside range is wider. There's just no liquidity there to realize it. RC is a prepper. What's the chain look like on Meta? Like it's going to trade at $300 a while longer. If Meta slips 295, it gets kind of bearish. But yeah, call interest on it's super stable. Gamma's still positive. Delta's been slowly drifting positive for the MM. Kind of looks good, actually. Yeah, Hang Seng got slaughtered. Is there bad data for China? Has there been any good data for China? On a scale of 1 to 10, how full of shit is RC? And how fucked is GME? I mean, GME will probably continue to do what it does. RC just sucks. I don't know if he's full of shit. He's just not good at business. Which is ironic because he's a billionaire. Any chance you could take a look at a chart for BA? Looks to be sitting at support now. I'm wondering about a buy opportunity. Bowing into a potential recession. And debt's gonna hurt for them. Yeah, I'll take a look. Realistically, it could probably go much lower. Although they did just get an order for 57.87s, so probably riding high off that. I don't really know that much about their current financials. Cash flows haven't looked too hot this year. fuck, 150 billion in liabilities. I guess they'll get bailed out, but 92 billion of that's current liabilities. Yeah, that's looking like a lot of debt that needs refinanced in a high interest rate environment. I don't know if Boeing's something I'd want to go long on right now. Let's not start to average into deviant around here. My bare brain market crash thoughts make entering equities hard. It should be. Is this the NFT marketplace or am I in the wrong spot? You found it. Congratulations, Snack Shill. What's up, Boof? What kind of swings are we looking at for this JOLTS data? Are 20% stops on 0 DTEs too loose? That's kind of loose. I mean, if you're okay with that amount of drawdown, then it doesn't matter, right? You probably want at least a little wiggle room to ensure that you've picked a direction that's going to see a continuation. Yeah, it's probably smarter just to wait till after JOLTS before doing anything. Everyone wants to be greedy is the problem. Like, oh, I don't want to miss this, but in reality, you can miss it and then just make money afterwards. You can make a far more informed decision with the data than without it. It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife. How's Netflix looking? Still pretty shitty. Hasn't lost 375 yet, which is a little bit of a historic resistance. They do have earnings coming up fairly soon, October 18th. I don't think the expectations for their earnings are particularly good. Analysts are looking for 352 a share. A pretty significant increase over the prior quarter, although they have surprised the last 2 quarters. Controlling expenses and being frugal is part of a good business. Most corporations have excessive waste. By being super frugal, it gives them a competitive advantage. No, growth gives you a competitive advantage. Being frugal just means you don't die. Fucking accountants. When the bull's dead, like dead? Never. I mean, if bulls ever die, like dead, the market goes down, right? Fast. And then the bulls come back to life. Is there anything positive about GME that we can hang on to at this point? It seems like single digits is inevitable. I think the most positive thing GME's got going for it right now is how blatantly desperate all the GME holders sound. I'm cheesing it today, boyo. Okay, Polly. Could you explain bonds to a 5-year-old? They pay the 5% at the end of every year and is equal to cash, so you can use that for trading. Well, it's not 100% equal to cash, but yeah. Most brokers will give you like 90 to 97% of the value of your treasury. And then, yeah, you make a yield off of it. I'm hedged for the data and I'm feeling great about it. Nice. Down, fast. Yeah. Desperate or not, but this shorting action should lead to a good OPEX run. At least in the past it has. No. Well, yeah, XRT's on reg show now, so. The most bullish thing about GME, in my opinion, is their lack of debt, so they don't need to refinance. Yeah, that's a positive. SPX is looking pretty charming right now. Nice. Well put. I'm ready for single digits. Easier to average down and get the fuck out of the next pop. I don't think you're going to get single digits just yet. I'll see myself out. RC buy more shares to kick the price up. Yeah, RC's share buying doesn't kick the price up, just FYI. All the same mechanics that drive GME's price have driven it up every time. It's just that RC can actually read and he understands those mechanics and he buys before it's going to run. His purchases are not causing the run. They might aid in pushing the liquidity a little tighter, but they're not that big. Definitely not Pulte's. Market's been pumping for 20 minutes, and I haven't blown my load yet. Kegels are working. I told you guys they were going to push it back to charm before the data. There's no fucking underwater hedgies on GME. All the shorts are synthetic. The fucking borrow rate's like 2%, and there's like 5 million shares to borrow. The only shorting going on GME anymore is vol shorts. There's very few entrenched long shorts at this point. If you're still buying into the idea that GME is like over shorted 100% of its float, you've gone off the deep end on the conspiracy train. Pulte, I'm gonna buy a ton of GME. Love me. Buys 100K in shares. Yeah, he's a prick. Serious ramps. Yeah, there's big ramps. People are gonna pump and dump the fuck out of them if there's any kind of federal legalization. Butterfly gonna make the basket rip? Oh, Jesus Christ. So what you're saying is that money gives you access to better information that allows you to make informed decisions. More informed decisions, yeah. Good JOLTS data equals economy strong? No. Bad JOLTS data, JPAL won't raise. Saved either way. I disagree. I think good JOLTS data means JPAL's definitely going to raise rates again. Bad JOLTS data means that the labor market's falling apart. Shorts are fucked. I wonder if Bobby is scared some of the GME true believers. No, because they'll just get on board thinking some fucking whatever the next conspiracy they come up with is to plow through The despair of losing all their money. I mean, they have something already, right? There's like Teddy butterfly bullshit. Because they don't understand like asset distribution in a bankruptcy. Thanks, Pterodactyl. I appreciate that. You guys are all way too hyped up for JOLTS data. Don't argue with economists. Everything is awesome until the world is on fire. Even so, it's just a mild apocalypse. So if JOLTS good, JPOW raise rates, market goes down. JOLTS bad, labor falling apart, markets goes down. So it really depends on how bad JOLTS is. Bears don't care, right? Like up, down, both are pretty bad. Bulls want it to drop just a little, right? Then they can say, oh look, labor's softening. Maybe JPOW won't do as much or for as long, right? But it can't drop too hard. That would be very bad. Oh, fuck off, bipolar bear. Stop trying to pitch me your shitty bull case. You know full well Ryan Cohen's a dipshit. He gave up access to billions of dollars in capital at fucking 2% in order to save a bunch of money on stores he should have just closed in the first place. It's not like they provide a ton of revenue stream, right? I thought this was like a roulette table where puts are red and calls are green, and you just pick random numbers and see where the line lands. There's data behind this. Mind blown. I've been giving you goodies. Oh shit. I didn't realize you were awake until just right now. Hmm. Curious. Okay. Feels like my best choice here, Dork, is to just do nothing, which is kind of what I was doing already. One more minute. Yeah. Clip of Gherk's truth causes first sustainable fusion reaction in our superstock. How bad would bad be bad with jolts? Below 3.4. So a miss to the downside. Are we just gonna have bad data for the next 30 years? Maybe like 5, 5, 10. 5? We could do it in 5. What happens if the 10-year yield goes 13, 14%? Like Santelli thinks it will? Who? That seems unlikely. I'm not out of GMA. I just don't like Ryan Cohen. Or I'm sorry, yeah. So below 8.6 is the forecast. My mistake. Oh, JOLTS is super strong. Powell can do whatever the fuck he wants. Quits below 3.4. Quits at 3.6. The labor market is robust as fuck. Sorry, Bulls. I know. Don't worry, it'll probably bounce around a bunch first. Oof. Maybe I'll wait. How fucked are they? Should I be selling the... Yeah. Was the data good? Extremely. No call hedge print? Doesn't look like it right now. Failing 4260 is definitely not fucking bullish. Ooh, that was an interesting candle on Netflix. What the fuck happened there? Okay. Well, futures back below 4,300. Next resistance, 4282. Below that, 4263. What's up, Dwayne? How reliable is the JOLTS data? It doesn't matter. The Bureau of Economic Analysis just revised down 3 years of economic data. Yeah. It's almost like all the economic data was really shitty all year and they lied about it. We were butted up right up against the uptrend. Yeah. Wait, who was right? Me or you? Me, because yesterday was flat. Well, so far. I mean, let's just move to the end of the week, right? I think your target's slightly higher than mine. Yeah. Off of the rest of the labor data. I don't remember what the targets were, but yours was like $30 higher than mine. I think I said 42.10, maybe. What did I say? Did I say 41.30? I think I said 41.30. I think you said 41.50. I said 41.30. Both just like big down. Yeah, JFresh wasn't there to give us 4,500. So we got to get real dirty and bearish. Genuinely undervalued now. 4.5 billion market cap for a company with 6 billion in revenue, 1 billion in cash, 1 billion in inventory, and zero debt. Insiders buying. Psy unzips wallet. I think your data's wrong, man. Are you talking about gross revenue? Gross revenue doesn't matter when the cost of the goods you sold was 4.5 billion. Their margins suck. Who the fuck is using gross revenue as a valuation metric? You, sir, need to go read a fucking book. No, that can't be accurate. I definitely had the lower target. 42.30. Well, let's see if we lose 42.50 here, because that's a big deal in and of itself, right? But below that, we'd be looking to 42.30, 25. Then kind of just 40, yeah, like 42.10. 42.10, 4200. Be sure to lock in profits and remember to like the stream. Thanks, Fuzzy Bear. Is this the final nail in the coffin for the rate cut narrative? No, no. There's more nails. actually, by the time the coffin is mostly nail and like 90% nail, 10% coffin, then it might actually do something fun. Okay, close below 42.30. I'll gift subs. How about that? That'd be cool. I, I can't make the market go lower. It looks like they're going to try to defend VIX 19 a little bit here. I don't know if that's going to be successful, but huh, that moved down substantially. Oh, fuck. It's happening? Yeah, but the question is which part are they just gonna is it gonna invert and everything crashes? or are they just gonna try to pump as hard as they can to keep it from happening? There's two outcomes there, Dork. USD JPY reverse MOASS. But yields are still climbing. Ooh, is Japan bond selling? Fucking bounced right back, too. Damn, that got crazy. It's okay, it's already back at 149. Oh fuck. Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to pull that back quick. Those short Jimmy aren't taking into consideration the fact that RC had at least one previous successful business. I think Chewy was operating at a loss when it was bought out, right? So I'm not define successful. Having your e-com company bought out when everyone's buying out e-commerce companies isn't necessarily like a phenomenal success. I mean, it's he got money out of the deal. Oh, there goes 250, Dork. Currency intervention is bullish, right? No. I mean, I'm sure he understood that he like got lucky on the Chewy deal. That's why he took it, right? He didn't do the whole founder thing where he's like, I'll never sell my baby. He sold that shit immediately. Gherk, there's no line below. I'm scared. I think I got an old one down here. $4,200 zero GTs. It's kind of risky. Fucking yields are pushing towards 2% again. 30 years at 4.882 right now. Dixie's back at 7.1. Correlation's picking up speed. Ugh, commodities are getting blasted. What's oil at? Oil's moving up a little. NQ down 130 BPS. ES 107. Next support we're looking for is ES 160 or 4263. It's gonna be like SPX 4227. So I'll mark that here. Bulls were at least somewhat prepared for a breakdown here. And they've been pulling their risk back to 4200 almost all week. All of last week and yesterday. So they were a little prepared for this, but VIX higher makes it much harder for them to stabilize price. What's your PT for today? The top end of my range was at my downside range was targeting SPX like 4230, but we're moving down a lot faster than I would have expected off of the JOLTS data. This is quite a big move. JOLTS isn't that fucking important. So I guess potentially we could move if we break the long-term trend here. We could start moving down below 4200. If we do, VIX is gonna rocket. $42.40 is our prior low. So that's like what is that? 42.77. This time we tested 42.75. Although this doesn't appear to be letting up. Very hard to reverse prices with this kind of momentum. Huge call buying here, though. Ton of put interest coming in at 42.15. 35 is a little weak, but 30.25 are pretty good. Dixie back under 106. USD JPY 148. Yields contracting. So they're trying to turn it around. The bears are just piling in, man. I bought a call to hedge my bigly up put. I might do that in a minute. Who the fuck did I sell? I sold 55s. Yeah, I think if bears keep piling in here, we can slip 42.25. Friday's data is the most important data this week. Non-farm and unemployment are huge. I have a 30 wide debit spread on SPX fully in the money. Is it viable to sell a 10 wide credit further down? You could, yeah. Cash out some of your profits at least. You could just box it if you want to take the profits early. According to Dalio, US is at risk of civil war. Wow, good thing he was so correct about China. Nice, smooth. Nikkei had like negative 2% candle there. Yep. VIX is inching a little higher. With this most momentum, I don't see how we don't put in a new low on futures. I mean, we did a little bit, but it's not much. 60 or 50. 50 would be almost 42.10, 42.15. It seems pretty likely at this point. Futures is just pushing down. Hmm. I waited until the data came out and didn't try to beat the rush. I grabbed a 42.25p for 340, stopped out at 620. Sure, maybe it'll keep dropping, but profit is profit. Nice, man. That's almost 100% too. It's really good. Hmm. Is that it? Double top and drop? Do you think Futes can hold? It doesn't look good for them. And dollar's already back over 107. Yields are back at like 150 to almost 2. USD JPY is rocketing up again. Shit's getting awkward. Yeah, I'm waiting a little longer to pick up a call hedge here. There's gonna be a push. There has to be. Hmm. When do I get my next day trade on this account? Fucking Friday? God, that sucks. Yeah, they do, man. Hmm. Not enough profit taking there. Call buying's kind of flattening out. VIX 1950. Nice, Yaga. Seems like open market actions on USD JPY didn't really work. They have $186 billion in reserve before they need to peg anything. Relax. What's up, Corey? Another little bit of call buying here. Put buying's going up too. This is very exciting. Is it long yen time? I mean, I'm already long yen, but it could be. All right, Dixie's back under 106 here for a second. Bonds are getting slurped up a bit. Volume on the bounce is starting to drop off. I'm going to see ES push for 42.7. Yeah, 42.70. And then how's correlation still picking up? VIX is back above 1950. Yeah, yields are gonna move. Holy fuck, Dork. VIX core is up like 4%. How far are we in front of the contract in front? Hold on, I gotta look at the yield curve. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we're trading above everything out till December. And we're almost as high as the Jan contract. Backwardation. Are you even buying a call hedge at this point? I have not. I still have my overnight well, some of my overnight straddle left over from yesterday. I left like 15 contracts up in case something happened. Looks like Nikkei is about to crash. It's down 2.5% and not really finding a bounce. It might. Yeah, if yen squeezes, Nikkei could crash. I can say this much. Bears really, really, really want 42.15. What do you feel about parking cash in a short duration floating rate fund? Okay. Is is now the time to be parking cash? I guess. Nice, CMO. Okay. Yeah, work on that. That's something that you'll need to get better at. Where's the low target? I mean, the next target's at like 4227-ish. Below that, 4215, then 4200. Then it gets a bit shaky. They've just retreated like a ton of their Vega risk to 4200. So if 4200 were to be lost, it would probably be catastrophic right now. Is this just the 150 level doing its magic? I mean, it looks like there's some open market action going on. I stuck to my rule of not buying puts at open, and it backfired. But I didn't buy puts till after the JOLTS data came out. But that worked out all right. Or is your rule just like not buying puts in the first half of the day? It's 4215. Fuck. Looks like there's some Vega risk here at 4240 also. Wonder if they were selling that. Call buying's starting to drop off. People are selling calls. Interesting. Another attempt at a pump? No. Opposite? All right, we're now testing our low resistance from July on the 1 hour, which is this line. Our last test of this bounced really hard, but it looks like we're breaking through it today. Well, Gherk, Jimmy hit my $15 stop loss. I want to thank you for teaching me about CCs and position management. I've learned since I full ported at 350. It hurts, but it would have been worse without you. Thank you, Nano. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. But sometimes you gotta cut the losers. So I understand. I wish you the best on your next one. I appreciate it, man. Okay, I'm gonna put some holes in this just real quick. There we go. VIX 20, let's fucking go. Everyone, there will be a next one. Yep, there's always another one. Chance of a bounce today? Well, right now, bears are doing what bulls did in July. They're buying shitloads of out of the money zero DTE puts, and the market makers making the market down here. So and once the MM stabilizes in this range, if bears keep pushing, we're gonna keep going down. Is there a level where we get the bear song? Do we need to dance? Save it for the end of the day, if it seems right. Another month, another day of education. Thanks, Gherk. I've been able to start a portfolio to help put my kid in college so he doesn't work a blue-collar job like I have to. Hopefully in 18 years, there'll be something there. Well, if you blow it up, don't tell anyone. Buy him a wrench and... I hope you make it, man. I do. It's bittersweet to see port green, thanks to short positions and market red. I understand the big short quote now, just don't fucking dance by Ben. Yeah, I mean the fallout of something like this is not happy. But if you guys are making money now, it could support you and your family for a long time to come. And you may need it, so did you hear how good factory jobs are yesterday? That'll probably continue to be true. I mean, we're really trying to reshore a lot of industry right now. But those factory workers are going to demand higher wages. We're celebrating your teachings, not the market crashing. Congratulations, guys. Seriously. Why are longer term put spreads pricing in so much up? I think that I mean they kind of always do, right? It's it's an index. We're back to price levels not seen since checks notes last week. We're actually back to price levels not seen since June. Actually, we just filled the gap from June. So now we're back to price levels not seen since May. You think we could hit April today? We also just failed our long-term trend. The 30 years now up 2%, 20 at 1.7, 10 at 1.6, 5 at 1.1. Dixie back above 107. USD JPY back above 149. Yeah, VIX almost 20. I think under 42.25 it would hit. They're trying very, very hard to keep volatility convexity from moving over the bond yield curve. So that kind of inception point, right, where these were to cross, people would want to go long bonds, long VIX, short equity. Like basically everybody in the market would be encouraged to do that. It's quite tight. Well, everyone will be in the bond market at that point, Dork. So you can just say everybody. 60-40 would be encouraged to go 40-60. I mean, if the market keeps tanking, HE can definitely keep dropping, right? Shorts will keep getting liquidity through active funds. Today showed me that I'd be terrible in a market crash. I've been like a deer in the headlights with respect to buying puts. Thank God I picked up some debit spreads in the PM. I mean, debit spreads are going to become more and more important as vol climbs because you'll have to sell vol in order to get short exposure. So not a bad time to get used to it. Otherwise shorts like puts will just cost too much money. They get ridiculous. What is that? I'm gonna face rip green candle. I'm not sure they're going to. The bears aren't really like letting up here, right? And if buying continues, right, and the market is going to be made lower, then the MM is going to move their hedge down. They're gonna make the market where there's demand for the market to be made, right? What's the best way to reposition after taking profit? I mean, you probably want to wait for a bounce. You want to wait for a bounce and VIX down, right? Futures is just starting to test resistance at 42.63. So we got a big resistance coming up here. I think, yeah, it's about mapped out correctly between the two. So watch this bottoming price action here. Guess that's a little high. Well, yeah, like that. Call hedge time? Are they cheap? Not really. I don't know if it's necessary. Hmm. Sorry, one sec. I'm just thinking about this. All right, call Delta's starting to fall off. There's really not a lot of calls being bought at the money right now. I mean, a little bit at 42.40. 42.45 is weak, so is 42.50. It still seems like the majority of interest is flowing into the put side. A lot of interest picking up at 30 and 25, a shitload at 15, and 4200's picking up quite a bit. So this still looks very much like bearish continuation. Bounce on the 200 MA. We're pretty far from it. That's gonna be like 4200 on the daily, I think. So we still got like another $30 to go. Historically, when SPX tests the 4200, it doesn't generally bounce. It's usually not a bullish thing. It usually drops way the fuck below it. Then it bounces, but the knee-jerk reaction to that is usually not like a bull signal. Any calls coming in? No, not a lot. PiFi's call hedge single-handedly saves the market. JPow gives Gherk the Medal of Honor. Tesla puts have been printing, even with the price not down so much. Volatility and market-wide is picking up, right? So vol's picking up a bit on the put side. Also, demand is high for puts on Tesla right now. When bots reg show? I think we got a while. Open up out the money XSP 0 DT straddle. I'm gonna see how this plays out. All right, that's probably not a bad idea. Your refusal to peddle hopium is what makes you my favorite finfluencer. Thanks, Bravo. Pickles Penne, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. I guess congratulations are in order. This looks so bad. All right, I gotta do a support card. Send me a chart first. Okay. Jesus Christ, that is bad. Ugh. I think if we break VIX 20, we're going to like 4210. Not necessarily crashing, but this is the like the bull retreat I talked about earlier. Like this morning, last night. $42.63 ES broke. I know. Just like a little bit though, right? It didn't break yet. I guess it did. 62.75 though. That's really not substantial. This is pretty intense. It's gonna be hard to grind through this. Hmm. Die SPX die. Bear song when it breaks down. Maybe if we break 4,200 today. Tesla Nvidia turning around. Be careful here. I mean, everything's gonna turn around, right? If they start dropping short hedges. I should have sold more fucking spreads this morning. I picked up like a small call hedge at 35. I still just want it to break down though. Ugh. Hi, my name's Gherkin. My friends call me Gherk. You can call me Gherkin. Morning, Gherk. I just gotta have a staff meeting. They didn't get my lucky stops. Nice. Do you think the bottom's in here? I think they're fighting for their lives to keep VIX from going above 20. It's not working, but they're trying really hard. Nice estimated profit. I've been doing 3 to 4 DT straddles overnight lately with some success. Do you think those are still good going forward, or strangles starting to become better? Strangles are starting to become a little better. As we approach VIX 20 to 25, strangles start to get a lot better. Above VIX 25, significantly so. Where pump? I mean, they're trying to pump. They're trying to sell as many puts as they can, and keep vol from spiking higher. But there's a lot of buyers for those puts right now. Should VIX realistically be at like 30? I mean, probably at least the high 20s, like 20, 26 to 28. It'll pick up sensitivity though to volatility as it continues to climb. A straddle is just at the money, so both are the same strike, the put and the call. A strangle is if there's a spread between the put and the call. So if I were to enter a straddle here, it would just be like 42.30, right? And I would buy a put and a call. A strangle would be like if I bought 42.40 and a 42.20. Now, strangles are cheaper, but they're only good if there's a lot of volatility, right? Because you need a very big move every day in order for one side or the other to print. You can continue to use straddles, but as implied volatility climbs, you start to overpay for them quite a bit. The spread doesn't have to be the same. I mean, like you could buy like a 43, like a 42.30 at the money, and then you could buy like a 42.50, and that's still a strangle. It's a little bear favored, right? Because the bear side is closer to the money, but it's still a strangle. Do you exit the strangle similar to the straddle? No. No, you close. You generally want to close both sides because you already need such a large directional move that once one side gets in the money, you're gonna have moved significantly away from the other side. So you generally don't manage them the same way. You might be able to if your strangle's kind of tight, like if it's like 2 strikes or 3 strikes wide and volatility's high. But if you're like 20 strikes or something like that, you probably don't want to risk it. So Japan just tossed billions into a volcano without intervention. I doubt they've even deployed that many billions yet. US 30 years now 2.3 and resting comfortably at 4.9% yields. Jesus Christ. Is the 30-year the highest it's been since 07? It's almost higher. Like it's getting the 30 years not that far. It's like 5% off of hitting like 2002 levels. If a crash does occur, would strangles be a good option until volatility comes down? They're a better option than straddles, yeah. Got some weird fucking candles here. Japan just came out and said no comment on if we intervened in the FX market. Really? I mean, it's like everyone would know, right? It's not like people are showing up and buying billions in yen. They have super transparent market structure. I'm suffering from Bury syndrome, relatively correct in my thesis, but way too early in entering my positions. What do DCA more on a longer time frame? If you feel like you have confirmation, that's usually how you would handle it. About some December FXY 63C. I don't know what those are trading. Like, I don't know what that's trading at right now. Hold on. Okay. That doesn't seem unreasonable. So is this the like big push attempt? I guess I want to get. Too far out. Hold on, I need options. Hmm. One more of these. Fuck. Is this gonna fail? I really don't want to use my day trade. I'd wait until 42.35. Yeah. I'm just trying to build out some longer positioning just in case I have to use the day trade. That way I still have exposure. Because otherwise I don't have another trade until Friday. What's got to happen for this to switch bullish near term? I don't think there's a lot that can happen. Non-farms could drop. That I don't think that's good for the economy, though. Failing that breakout's kind of a big deal. Yeah. So if I was gonna pick up a call hedge, Doric, I would want to get it nearer. It's still too early in the day to just buy straight up calls. Tesla may drive me to drink. That's like saying Tesla might cause me to go to bed tonight. How do you manage stops on fast moves down? I tend to get stopped on the first big bounce and miss continued downside afterwards. Yes, profits are profits. You have to understand that generally on moves down, things are going to bounce a little bit. So you either have to be willing to sacrifice some of your profitability and have a wider stop, or you need to be ready to re-enter positions for a continuation. I didn't know you were looking for excuses to drink popcorn. I thought the collapse of our financial markets would be a bit more exciting. I mean, I guess that depends on how many puts you have. I can tell you definitively that I'm very excited about VIX over 20. Slow covering on HE is why it's holding. Largely, yeah. Short scaling out. Well, the wife is pregnant, so now I need an excuse. That's true. Tiny Colonel's on his way. Or her way. Is this a good Tesla put entry? I mean, technically, it's not a bad one. 1980. Big push down. Okay, this might be where this actually breaks. Well, one way or the other. Next 15 minutes. 20 minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say by noon. Might be sooner. $15. Hold on. Maybe another tick down, but that didn't fucking do anything last time. Yeah, I want to say the next 15 to 30 minutes. This might just be it, but it breaks down. The fuck? Taking the day trade? Unless we slip 42.15, yeah, I probably will. It's too much of a percentage of this account to not take the money off the table. It's like a 20% account size, like a total account increase, right? And then I already have exposure with the 42.30 and 42.50 debit spreads, which are further dated. So yeah, I think taking profits on this would be prudent. I also have downside exposure on Tesla. I've got a little bit of an upside hedge, at least for the 0 DTE. So I can afford to lose a day of trading in order to lock in the profits. Whew. Ryan Cohn, thank you so much, dude. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Other Pigeon Whales, Flock, enjoy your new boy. Or girl. Pigeon Whales are asexual anyway. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up if you need me to get you added to the Discord. I'll add you to the Discord or something. Pumping time now? Oh no, this still looks like a bag of dog shit wrapped in cat shit. I don't know if we're gonna bounce here. But my take profit tolerance was broken. Did you get rich? I sold the contract for $27.50, dork. Yes, Yeah, Tesla's positioning is pretty strong. Or meta positioning rather. Tesla positioning is breaking down. Meta positioning is still really strong. Did SPX just form a falling wedge on the 30-minute and 1 hour? Here? Are you talking about this? I assume you are. Yes. Should we bounce tomorrow or Thursday? Who said we bounce? Losing 4250 and VIX pumping up to 20 is, I mean, even if you work under the assumption that they'll try to regain some ground on 4250, 4250 effectively becomes the new 4300 at this point, right? The volatility regime is shifting, and it's shifting higher. Did you reposition and buy more puts? I mean, I can't buy anymore. I bought another debit spread on SPX in this account, but I can't buy more puts. So I got a couple like bear put spreads, and then I hedged the upside a little. And that's it. I can't trade on the account for another day. I can close shit tomorrow if I need to. And I have a couple things I could also close today, but that bear spreads for October 20th, so I'm probably not going to touch that. When VIX 80? I can tell you this, the path from 25 to 80 is a lot shorter than from 12 to 25. Is Toe Ring Gang back this week? I mean, I guess. How do you time the bear song so perfectly with our bounces? This isn't, I don't think this is the low for the day. How's positioning? Still bearish as fuck. Will my 4200s go in the money? They might not. I mean, are they zero DTE or do you have time? If you have time on them, sure. That's possible. But if you don't, they may not. Do we not bounce to 4250 at least at some point today? We may not recover 4250. I guess there's still a slim chance that we could, but it's quite slim. Gherk, I bought SPXS 20C for this week, thinking it was VIX 20C. Where can I exchange them? Oh boy. Thanks for playing the bear song. I closed my calls and we went up. I appreciate the bounce signal that the songs have become. It's not intentional. I just play them at resistances, right? So I don't think the correlation there is actually real. ISM services PMI important tomorrow? Yeah, a little bit. If services prices are down, that'd be good. Who the fuck is Schmid? Schmid speaking tomorrow. Why is there always like a new Fed person? Factory orders are expected to bounce back a little. Orders X transportation are expected to drop. Yeah, so new orders and services will be pretty. Service prices will be pretty important. It's not unimportant. Composite PMI is pretty important too. So all the services shit. Yeah, it can have an effect. I don't think it'll be a huge one unless the data is a big shock. It's definitely not going to be as important as labor data this week. Schmid's the fall guy. If you had accumulated enough VU to sell covered calls, would you recommend selling monthly options or dump them and get into SPY where I can sell weekly, daily options? Yeah, I mean the liquidity on SPY is way better. So it's a much bigger advantage to being able to sell, every day or every 3 days versus having to sell monthlies. I tried hard in September to kick some bad habits, dial in my management, and turn my port around. I booked 71K in profit that month, and a lot of it is due to what you hammer in our heads. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. I know 15 bucks isn't much. It's all right. Cut off. But the next beer's on me. Thank you, baby well nuke. Congratulations, man. I'm really happy for you, dude. That's awesome. Well done. Now don't lose it all. VU SPY notional risk is massive. You can always sell in the money cover calls into a falling market, NW. You can also buy puts to hedge if you need to. Selling CCs might not be worth it. It's decent. You hedge your position with protective puts. Different strikes on the same instrument are different positions for the portfolio percent rule, right? I mean, technically. I transferred 100K into a different provider port and bought VMFXX because I don't want to lose it. That would feel bad. Yeah. That would feel very bad. Smart. You guys are doing something other than hedging your long-term equity with puts? I usually hedge my long-term equity with in the money cover calls. I'm not ignoring you, bipolar bear. What's with your constant need for attention? Since we started hanging out, Pickle Man, I make an average $500 a day with a 10K port while working full time. You taught me ridiculous amounts about input market data and hedging. Thanks a bunch, eh? No problem, man. That's awesome. Would you say your quality of life has improved? Or are you just way more stressed out with slightly more money? I'm sad today? Fucking get over yourself. I told you not to buy GME at $24. And you were like, it's going up. Fuck you, shill. And then you've been sad ever since. Nice, dude. Bruh, 24? He bought it was like a few weeks ago. It was like, I'm gonna sell CSPs at $24. This is a great fucking idea. GME will never go down again. They have profits. Oh, this can still move further down. Yeah. I do expect the market maker to try to make some kind of recovery. Or the bulls to make some kind of recovery or some profit taking at some point today. I just don't think we're there yet. Right now, the interest is still to the downside. Maybe when volume eases up a bit. We're still within my 30-minute window for breaking down to 42.15, albeit there's only 3 minutes left. He based his valuation off gross revenue. No, he didn't. He's not that bad. He actually, like, when he's going, like, Bipolar Bear does really well on CSPs and cover calls, but he insists on selling them on fucking GME instead of one of the other 1,500 stocks in the market that actually make money. Yeah, well, now there's 2 minutes left. Yeah, I don't understand it either. As someone who's been watching Gherk for 3 years, yeah, the pickle jar has gotten better. Those are still here, but what's almost more impressive is how much Gherk himself has improved. Thanks, Sage. You have been here since the beginning. Weird as fuck still, but you have been here since the beginning. SPX may not take a dump, but rest assured, I will take a dump in the next 2 minutes. I don't understand Sage's comment. How do you improve perfectino? Did you mean to write perfection? or or is that like a racist Italian spelling of perfection? I miss you in the pickle cult. I've been trading like a boomer lately because work is killing my time. I've been selling 2045 DT spreads on SPX trend reversals, so it's been boring but good. All right, let's It's a perfectly acceptable strategy. AJ hasn't improved. Don't include him in this. I would never. Thanks, Dwayne. Win Pigeon Whale. My port's up 130% today. It's like I'm learning something or overhedged. I'm still not sure. I'll need to keep watching to find out. All right. I still can't believe you guys can make 100% of your ports in one day. That shit blows my mind. Arguably better than Gherk's Pickles picks or his morning ES SPX spy debriefs. Wait, are you in Dillionaires? Been in meetings all day. How's positioning looking? Still pretty shitty. Although maybe things are starting to stabilize a little bit. Shit. Ugh. Have fun trading, you nerds, or trading stocks. I'm on my way to have a threesome, which is way more better. Good for you, man. I hope both of them are very gentle with you. I really need to move to the East Coast in order to trade more successfully. I miss the big morning moves constantly. Wake the fuck up. Chat patting themselves on the back. It's time to turn bullish again. Yeah. First comes the bear song. Then comes the enthusiasm. Formerly Kashkari's Infinite Liquidity. Ah! Okay, you changed your name. Did Kashkari run out of infinite liquidity? There are people who don't live in the USA that are trading. There's no excuses. Yeah, I mean, when I started doing this, I lived on the West Coast. It's a bitch. Don't get me wrong, but it's nice. You get to trade before work starts. So you get like a whole morning session in before you even have to be out the door. I was here for a few weeks after Warden, but I took 7 months to work up the courage to make my first comment shit talking AMC. At least I haven't lost as much as AMC yet. Exact minute you gave the market to die, it goes flying up. Well, it was gonna do one of the two. I think the fact that we didn't get the 15-minute off the initial drop was kind of what killed that. Although we may try again later. Let's see how low VIX drops. If this stays below like 42.35, there's a good chance we break down later. But yeah, when I'm calling out those like those moves at like specific times, they can technically break either way. They just kind of have like a bias one way or the other. So it was a little less likely that it would break up than down. What's up, Dork? Goddamn green candles keeping me out of the money. Oh yeah. Where's your put? Is it at 42? I'm so mildly perturbed that I can't type. I mean, you had to have known at some point today that you needed to buy a call. Is this the bounce? Well, it's an attempt at one. I made 3.3K today. Thanks, man. Nice, PMG. Congrats. Looks like a great place to have a 1% V recovery. I don't know if we get a 1% V recovery. Like, we've got a little bit of capitulation here. Some put profit taking. And the market makers kind of getting their hedge back in order a bit. But Dixie's still above 107. Yields are still, the 20 and 30 are both above 200 BPS. USD JPY is already back at 149.15. So it probably won't last long. I don't have like high hopes for it. It's interesting that NQ is down the hardest. NQ has NQ has the longest way down, right? Like it's if you look at like the 10-year yield versus like the Nasdaq 100 earnings yield, the disparity between those two is fucking ridiculous. Especially historically. Tech does not do well in a high interest rate environment. They gave it up a little today after fighting back really, really fucking hard yesterday. 1 second. All right, so we're still chopping around. Let's see what Dork's got. You think they try to get it back to 150? Still looks like 140, 135. The upper part of this range. Is more put buying coming in? 42.30. A little bit of profit taking on the 42.50 puts. That doesn't look very bullish at all. Call delta's falling off. How's the VIX shorting going? Still stuck at 1950. All right, so this could still turn back around to the downside. Yeah. Yeah, we can fall from 35 back to 30. And then depending on how interest picks up at 25.20, that could reopen 15. I think if we break above, even if we break above 35, interest is, yeah, it's just all puts to the upside. So I'm not really sure a break above 35 here really does much. I guess they could get squeezed out, but that seems unlikely. All right, my dude, I'm up 19.5K on the month. Popcorn, my man. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it is. Now I just need not to lose it all. Probably a good idea. Toys R Us to open up 24 brick and mortar stores. Bull market's back. I'm gonna go long fucking Toys R Us. I think they still own it. They went to OTC, but I'm down 19 and a half. Ouch. Better hope GME runs this month. What should I have for lunch? Oh, that reminds me. I'm gonna order some food. I gotta use my fucking phone. All right. I'm gonna get a spicy fucking chicken sandwich. Some Nashville hot chicken. That's what I had for lunch. It was amazing. Nice. Did the BOJ do some bodging this morning? Officially from the BOJ, no comment. I bought a 4250 lotto ticket in case of Pompey's end of day. Well, it's the next Vega level, so it's not unreasonable. I don't think they're well positioned to get it right now to get 4250, but maybe by end of day they could. Although it's a bit of a stretch. 4250 is definitely a bit of a stretch. Mm. Ooh, what do I want to drink? You guys ever get angry when places include drinks? Like you have to get one because it's free. God damn it. All right. My favorite sandwich shop requires a side, but I don't want the side. What? Maybe it's the poor leftover in me. But I feel like I can't turn down the free item that I'm paying for. And it's not really free, right? But you're already paying the price. So it's like even if you don't want the item, you got to figure it out. What happened with Netflix this morning? I don't know. It fucking spiked super hard right before everything went crazy. The only good thing in Brockton. Can you get it in a bottle so you can save it? I think the drink's in a bottle. So yeah, I'll just throw it in my fridge. You see us going for more of a move up if we were to cross VWAP. Potentially. There, we got some new positioning. What are they aiming for? Like 50-ish? It's looking more like 42.50 right now. Hmm. Okay, so that's some call buying there. Where the fuck? Where though? Not a lot. Most of this is just like put capitulation. Okay. Is call buying in the room with us right now? Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of it. There's like a tiny bit of call interest at like 40, 45, and then 50 has a little bit. Bigger piles of call interest are out of like way out of the money, like 60, 70. And I'm not sure those are even long calls at this point. It's 35, 40. Any longer dated calls here? Not really. So maybe just futures 42.75. I'm not really sure if that's an important level or not, but it's close to our prior bottom. I'll mark it. So that actually that there's definitely put selling. I don't think they're doing it in the money. And the VIX effect isn't from 0 DTEs. There's liquidity waiting on ES above 42.75. That makes sense. Yeah. I think most of this bounce is driven by futures. So we'll see if future sellers come back in here before or come back in here at the retest of 75. Oil is green. Oil's at like 89.93 right now. Or light crude futures. No, there's a resistance. It looks like it got rejected so far. So this is kind of still in line with my expectations that we don't bounce all the way back and that the market maker continues to make the market in the lower range. In which case, another test of our 4263 level isn't out of the question. But let's look for the breakdown of the trend first. And we could also just get kind of hung up here as volume dwindles, right? It's about 12:30 right now. So I could see us getting real choppy for a couple hours if we don't get like a big directional break. Wouldn't GME 40 again? Oh, come on, man. I'm not going to feed you hopium, and you know it. $42.63 on futures. It's below us, not above us. You wrote 42.63 twice. All right, Dirk. I'll see you in a bit. At what point does the compounding risk not become worth it for them? I don't know. They've pulled back positioning to 4,200 pretty hard. So, I mean, it looks right now like it's just going to keep pressuring them, right? What's your outlook on GME for the next year then? Honest thoughts. I think maybe we get one more run before the end of this year, and then I don't think quarter 4 earnings are going to be very good. I don't think they're going to get the early, like the front end of the year support that their price usually gets. Going into 2024. I think if that's true, we could see it hit lows in the single digits next year. The next best thing to happen for sales will probably be whenever we get a console refresh, but I think we're still pretty far from that. Unless Cohen does something or acquires someone or opens up some avenues for growth and revenue, which so far is not something that's being done. And based on his letter, it's not something that's currently a focus either. I identify as a market maker. Can I ask for SIBO level 3 options data? I mean, level 3 options is because it's your book, right? Like that's why you have level 3 data as a market maker. You're looking at your own fucking book. You're making the market, right? You know what's bought and sold because you bought and sold it. No, it's crime and conspiracy. Well, I lost my book. What now? You're about to get a bunch of regulatory fines. Gherk, how high? We're at resistance. Fires happen. I just want live OI options data instead of having to wait. I hear you. How much more margin do the bulls have left with yields going up 500 BPS in 2 days and the market down 700 BPS from all-time highs? They've got enough to roll their shit down to 4,200. I could see us closing between like 30. Actually, I would say that we could retest like 42.20, maybe not that low, maybe 25, then close. I don't know, because if we get another big put push here, we're gonna go down pretty hard. But I could see us closing like just under 42.50, like 40 or 45. No, under 42.50, I think. But if we get another, here's the deal though. If we get another big bearish push, right? Like Dixie's still up, yields are still up. Nothing's really moderating, right? And it's definitely not pulling back hard. So if we get another big bear push, we could drive to a lower low before finding a bottom. You opening put favored straddles for tonight? We'll see where VIX closes. Probably. I mean, I've been doing that every night. It's just that the favoritism towards the put side is theta, and I've been buying short dated calls to protect upside. But I've been doing that for like 2 weeks now. Actually leveraging over leveraging the short side. Maybe if we close higher, I'd be more interested in doing that than if we close lower, though. Because we've got 2 days where they can stabilize before, or they can try to stabilize above 4,200 before the non-farm. The cycle's insane. We go down for 3 months, insider buy, OPEX, we hit a lower high, back to step one. Yeah, that's the effect of volatility shorting over time. Do you expect a bearish outcome for non-farm, and we'll see the next leg down on SPX? I feel like labor data is gonna remain strong, right? Which is like today's, which is only bearish in the sense that it means the Fed has a lot of wiggle room to do whatever the fuck they want, right? Because they're not damaging their goal of maximum employment. And if their rate decisions aren't damaging max employment, they can just keep raising rates. Do you think the next rate hike could see a bank failure? It's possible. Yeah. I mean, yields are getting really, really blown out. Sunday stream, you thought flat Monday, hard down Tuesday, Friday 41.50. Seems to be panning out. You still thinking that for the end of the week? Yeah, I still think that non-farm has the potential to push us below 4,200. Nothing else will until CPI and PPI. So, SLD, but that's going to be probably around roughly the same time. So. We don't need another hike to have another bank failure. No, but it's more likely to cause one. Because regardless of what yields are at, right, the effective federal funds rate is at 5.33. And a rate hike means that the effective federal funds rate goes up. Yield curve is uninverting. It's starting to. The 210 is still inverted. The 310 is still inverted. The 530 isn't. Do you think we push down in the next hour? Yeah, this looks like kind of distributive, right? Like we tested, we failed. We're gonna accumulate here. If the accumulation throughout this chop period is, net bearish, then we can see another move down later in the day when some volume comes in. Volatility's tightening, so it looks like vol's gonna try to move up again. B of A won't be allowed to fail. It would make the U.S. look too bad on international investment scene. It would be bailed out and handed to JPM or GS to manage. Yeah, probably. RC's doing a better job than previous leadership. It's setting the bar really low. Previous leaders were trying to bankrupt the company intentionally. I understand that. That doesn't mean he didn't make a lot of mistakes, and that doesn't mean that shareholders aren't going to have to pay for those mistakes for quite a while longer. What do you mean vol is going to move up again? Is VIX about to go up? It looks like the vol curve is kind of pressuring the upside. So, yeah, it could. VVIX, probably. More so than VIX, but. Bring back Sherman. I mean, in the same vein, you could argue that Melvin did more to facilitate the survival of GameStop than RC ever did, right? RC's only truly impactful decision in the history of GME so far has been to issue securities and collect $1 billion. And anybody could have fucking done that after the stock ran. The real question is, was the stock going to run regardless of RC's buy-in or not? And it probably was. It may not have squeezed as hard as it did, but it probably was. He should have issued bonds, right? He could have issued debt at fucking 2% in 2021 and picked up like $1 billion just isn't a lot. It's a low fucking bar. He could have picked up, 10 billion. My food's here once. RC's first buy kind of set off the price link cycling up, did it not? So it did, but who's to say other people wouldn't have bought, right? I mean, like DFE was here. The reason I bought GME was because DFE was right. They weren't going out of business, right? They were priced for bankruptcy, but they weren't actually going out of business. When RC fired the CFO and unannounced earnings, I got hella bullish. Yeah, DFE was before RC. And so, like, Melvin was going to get squeezed out. Now, maybe it wouldn't have been as violent, right, as you know, after RC's buy. But all of the other institutions that were responsible for what happened in January, they were going to all squeeze Melvin just as hard as they did, right? Like Fidelity, Vanguard, BlackRock, they were all going to fuck Melvin and his overshort ass as hard as they feasibly could, no matter what, right? So, in the long run, did RC's buy-in really make that big of a difference? Yeah, the cycles wouldn't have perpetuated as hard had RC didn't buy. I agree with that. I'll give him credit where it's due. But Sherman could have issued $1 billion in shares also, right? And Sherman probably would have been more willing to issue debt since RC's, you know, fundamentally against it. Can I issue $1 billion in shares? Is this chop going anywhere? It could break up. It could break down. I think it's more likely to break down than up, at least for now. But puts are expensive, so we'll see how heavily they accumulate. Discord audio is up and running. No, it was a bear flag that broke down and is now trading flat. Are we sussing or bussing? We're just chilling. If they're not selling a lot of puts right now because VIX is flat, right? So they sold a lot of puts here. But this is kind of the inverse of that, right? So they're not selling a lot of puts right now. This place gives you an entire bag of dilly bites. Those are intensely seasoned. That's a crisp pickle. Where have all the put boys gone? Well, they took their profits off the table. No, I didn't bring them back. What's this from, Othman? Is Arceus CEO bullish? I mean, I don't think so. I don't think it's bearish either, right? If we get a strong 4250 push before power hour, could we return to open? Let me see. I'm busy eating, so I'm not really watching the options too closely. There's a tiny bit more call interest, but still very little. Still crowded out by tons of puts to the upside. 4240 feels pretty neutral, frankly. 4235 even. I don't, I don't think there's a lot of reason for us to move much more than this. It was like a $6 move and everyone's freaking out. A call hedge at the bottom was appropriate. That's why I bought one. Could easily be another hour or two of this. I would love 4250 end of day. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah.
I don't think I would mind. It's where the highest amount of interest is near the money, so it's a very likely range. It's just there's still a bunch of puts at 40 and 45. These big downside days with big recoveries, intraday are so easy to trade. Usually, yeah. Sometimes they just keep dropping though, and then they become a lot harder to trade. That's what stops are for? Wait, hold on. Are you using stops now? I don't think I'm ready for the new popcorn trader. Too much change too fast. Stops, profits, closing. Not diamond handing into expiry. GME, as soon as they decide to pull XRT off Reg Show, R1K will probably run. Or, well, at least the XRT basket will run. I'm really, I'm really happy you're finding the best version of you, Popcorn Trader. You're really entering that eat, pray, love part of your trading cycle. I get a bit tired of losing money. Yeah, it's usually not fun. I mean, it can be, but it's not as much fun as making money. It wasn't. Everyone needs to understand that this wasn't like a big bullish action where bulls were like, we're gonna protect our downside. This was just some puts taking profit. You can big fish out of water. How low do you see us going? What time frame? On Jimmy? Hmm. Could technically still go lower. If indexes keep selling off, they're going to keep getting liquidity, right? The bar rate hasn't even gone up yet. Why would you do that to me, Doric? I know you're bearish on the overall market right now. Do you have a timeline in mind when you expect a bottom to occur before a turnaround? I don't really expect a turnaround. But I would say that the bottom will probably be in but before like mid 2024. What percent do you see unemployment peaking at? Well, the Fed's estimate's like 4%, so 8. I would say 8 to 9. Depends on how bad the credit crunch gets. I should have sold in 21. I watched 20K profit turn into a 10K loss. I think almost all of us here have seen better profitability on GME. It sucks, but you can't change the past. It's not like anybody was immune to the hype, right? I still own this shit. Even though it's against every fiber in my being for me to continue to hold it, it's still in my fucking port. Not because I think it'll squeeze. I mean, my expectations are more realistic, but because I want to squeeze every fucking dollar I can out of it to make up for the fact that I didn't just sell $50 in the money cover calls every OPEX. Or $100 in the money. Jesus fucking Christ. That's gonna make me sad. Up to you, man. You can get out, you can get cover calls. I would say that GME's at a low right now. You probably want to wait till it bounces a little higher. Selling at the bottom's not very smart. It's obviously the time when you feel it the most, but is the opportunity cost of holding worth it? I mean, the yields are still good. Decent, right? They're getting worse. But yeah, probably. I mean, when I sell cover calls on it, I'm assuming basically zero risk, right? Because my cost basis is net negative now. So I think so. I'm pretty sure it's very similar to having like yield on cost, like very advantageous yield on cost. Same thing with Palantir too, right? Because I think both of those are my negative cost basis stocks. I'm not. If GME hit 25, I'd sell everything. But that's just your unrealized profits. I see what you mean. Yeah, but I don't have to, like, I never have to realize them, right? Like, I know GME is not going to go out of business anytime soon. So I don't have to worry about that. And I don't have to pay taxes on them. And even though the stock doesn't provide a dividend, I'm kind of making my own. Believe me, I've had this conversation in my own head 100 times. If you pull covered calls back at a loss, does that add to cost basis? I add it when I if I pull them back at a loss, I add it to my cost basis. It usually gets netted out on my subsequent sale, but yeah. I'm worried about losing my shares doing covered calls. I mean, that's part of the risk of doing covered calls. There's no avoiding that, but you can always buy them back. They're not going to go anywhere. So if it's the this has kept a lot of people from making a lot of money on GameStop. If it's the fear that you're going to miss out, that's silly. Like losing your shares, getting them back, they're liquid. GME is plenty liquid enough for your shares to be traded back and forth, right? So you know, if you get assigned, like you say you were to sell GME cover calls at 20 and you got assigned at 20, right? You can just take that money and sell CSPs at 20 until you get your shares back, right? And then you've still netted the premium from both. So you've reduced your overall cost basis by the total premium in each transaction. Or at least you've reduced the amount of capital you have exposed to the position. Look at Meta on the 1 minute between 11 and 12 and tell me I'm not going to just go stare at Meta's chart. It's trading sideways because people are just selling covered calls on it, and anytime it drops, they buy them back. Tesla's doing the same shit. It's annoying as fuck. I know. Nvidia did it for a very long time. What's the best stock you know of right now for wheeling? They're all pretty high risk. I mean, selling CSPs in a downtrending market is not a smart game. Because then you wake up and the market's gapped down 500 BPS and your entire port is blown up for the next however many years it takes you to climb back out of that hole. So I personally, I would prefer to avoid that risk if possible. You can sell spreads. Have you considered just using spreads? And if you want to do high risk wheeling, just find something with a lot of IV and really beneficial skew, right? Find something that everybody's piling into puts on. Pile into the puts that aren't going to print. But your chances of assignment are high, right? But at least the premium's worth it. Can Tesla please F the F down to 240 now? What's it trading at? You just got to be patient, right? Like Tesla downside moves can take a while. And then you'll usually get like one big move down and then it'll bounce immediately. It looks like bears want 42.15 more than bulls want upside. We'll see. I mean, this is kind of what I said would happen earlier, right? A little bit of relief, puts reaccumulate. They push for the downside one more time. Maybe we get a lower low, right? Somewhere in there. And then we probably bounce up into close as they try to get vol back under control at the end of the day. NVIDIA looked bullish this morning. I don't know how it looks now. It's down a little bit. Maybe they're done selling covered calls. Gamma neutral on NVIDIA is at 420. So that would probably be like my bear signal to move into the put side. What's up, Taco Night? Taco Night Trash Dan? When did you change your name to Taco Night? I don't like this. What's up, Trash? Saying one more run likely, but they have to dump XRT first, so nothing to do with FTDs. Well, a lot to do with ETF FTDs. Just nothing to do with GME's FTDs, which are non-existent. Oh, I see. Why didn't I notice it until just now? Distribution, no breathing. This is my last full port. Bar charts pumping Kathy Wood articles these past few days. I didn't think she was still relevant. But Tech just had a giant run. Of course she is. Hey, Gherk, I'm visiting my old hometown. Their commercial real estate for lease sale up all over. When do you think the real estate bottom is going to be? For commercial or residential? I'm sorry, Trash. Both? Hmm. Commercial could be like early, like first half 2024. Although it may stay bottomed for a long time. Simply because work from home is, I don't think that's ever going to change significantly. No matter how much employers try to force employees back, their employees will just leave for people that offer work from home, right? Um, Residential, maybe back half of 2024, but it could be early 2025. What are good short targets on commercial real estate? No, look for commercial REITs, not medically exposed. Medical offices aren't going anywhere, but anybody renting out lots of office space or retail space. My sister sold her house 2 months ago. She wants to buy one already. Big regarded. Yeah. Did you see that Grindr lost about half of its employees because they wanted to make them come back into the office? Yep, they must have left for Binder. Were you here for that yesterday? York, Pennsylvania's hottest new app. It's 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 Tinder for bisexual people. And here I was all along thinking that Tinder was already for bisexual people. Oh, snap. Yeah, someone pitched it to JPOW yesterday in the town hall meeting. Binder, where you can organize your stuff and get laid at the same time. Thoughts on Zero DTE Condor 1520 6570? Why's your top end range so far out? It's like really heavily skewed to it's absolutely going to bounce. You get fucked on that one if we keep going down. A lot of businesses are looking to dispense with work from home due to a perception that teleworking is less productive, fostered by bad published studies. Also fostered by a belief that people were actually doing their job while in the office. I know, Dork. I see it. The Bears are getting excited again. Will JPAD be a beta tester for Binder? Based on that conversation he was having with that guy in the trucker hat, I think he was already moving in on his first match. Haha, I'm always in the office. I'm also always here. Do the math. Gaff is the only one I know that works at work. Yeah, they don't want to install a Bloomberg terminal in his house. His name was Keith, whatever. $12.22 to $12.24 zero DTE 4200's price kept going up even though SPX kept going up and VIX down. Did the volume on that increase from when you last checked? I don't know when I checked last. Yeah, 4200's got about 70,000 volume today. It's about 20,000 in the last 30 minutes. Tinder is for bi folks, but we just get hassled to be a third party to a moderately attractive woman and her doughy husband. I think they do that to women also, just generally. Or guys. I've been hassled before, and you know, sometimes I wondered, is it whose cry for help is it? And then if it is a cry for help, do you throw him a bone? And sometimes it's not just a moderately attractive woman. Sometimes it's a hot woman and a doughy husband. Like what if you can just like stuff him in the closet? Like he'll fit in the closet half the time. Thank you, Mr. Poopy Pants. Is it the same closet where the Brazilian puts are? You'd have to ask Kenny. Sometimes I'm in the mood to be a homewrecker, but neither of them are attractive enough to make it fun. Fair. I always just feel like I'm gonna get breathed on if that happens. And then, then she caught me on Tinder. It wasn't me. Then she caught me. Well played, dork. Like I'll bang anyone's wife, especially if she's hot. But I don't. You can't be there. The other person can't be there. Farmville doesn't have a wife. Nobody'd fucking commit to that. Mine's ready. I'll wait outside. Free stock advice, though? It's only fair. What if the husband's behind a one-way mirror? No, no, they've got to be out of the house, different location, different location. That's fine. Yeah, I don't care if he watches from afar. Yeah, whatever does it for him. But he can't be in this. Like there can be. I can't take any risk that someone sneaks up behind me and puts their hand on my shoulder. Because then I'm going to attempt to run away so quickly that I tear my penis off my body. And then probably fall out a window or something. That should be a horror film. Cartoon style with a puff of smoke in your outline. Yes. The cuckening. The script writes itself. There's a bad joke there about a Bobby executive. No, it's probably a good joke. It's in bad taste. How are we looking? A little more bearish, but still within the range of chopping. Tell us you're still using Ashley Madison without saying you're using Ashley Madison. I don't meet people's wives on Ashley Madison. I do it at Whole Foods, like a grown-up. Centaur is the dominant gene, Norman Tanks. It's the dominant allele. No, I'm only banned from the Whole Foods by my old house. I wasn't really banned. I was just asked to leave in an embarrassing way. Trader Joe's and Target? Are the Trader Joe's and Target by you populated by hot moms? First of all, no. You've got the wrong demographics at your Trader Joe's and Target. Trader Joe's and Target is 20 to 30-year-old broke students. Hot moms buy their makeup from Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom's. And they shop at Whole Foods. Do we like 4250 for an end of day pump? Not particularly. The further we go down on this drop, the less likely we are to bounce to 4250. 4235 kind of seems like where we're most likely to land end of day. But if this breaks down through 4215, we can just keep dropping. Which country, in your opinion, has the most hot women? I mean, like, as a ratio? I have no idea. You can just call him Hazy. He's not hiding. Even though he's changed his name to John Ralphio. I didn't know they had a new app. I'm gonna have to check it out. I think every country has crazy hot women. I mean, everybody has preferences and stuff, but I'm sure there are beautiful, attractive women in every country. The Trader Joe's in Marina del Rey is redunculous. Didn't a user data leak at Ashley Madison? It was 97% males. Yeah, because women don't need an app to cheat on their husbands. Only guys would think that's a great idea. Because guys are like, yeah, I'm going to meet a woman and she's going to be married and she's not going to tell my wife. Perfect. Women are like, I'm going to go tell that guy my name's Cindy. I'm going to fuck him and I'm never going to tell anybody. And it's okay, Dwayne. You don't have to be shy about what you like. Doesn't matter. You can figure out how to spell it later. Are all the people that bought after June going to start selling now? Well, they're underwater. So they're not happy. Think of the GME channel, but with probably a better grasp on personal finance. Did Rims and Tims forgive you yet? I don't know. Probably not. How would I hedge the strategy? Offer to shop at Whole Foods to the wife, and while there, feasting on eye candy. Just tell your wife that you're doing a keto diet, and then like send her pictures of all the boxes that have sugar in them when they really shouldn't, and be like, I can't believe how hard it is to find things with no carbs. Look at this. We have the same grasp on personal finance and even more conviction. What is the moment when a Vega play becomes a Delta play? What's that thing in the Kama Sutra called? Nirvana? Yeah. It's where you come and ascend to heaven at the same time. Wrong kind of box, Dave. How did you know my wife is on a keto diet? I thought that was just Molly. No, that's a common misconception. It's nearly impossible to nut on Molly. It's very hard to make white. Pumping and pumping and pumping. It feels great, but very little of the white making. My G spot's at SPX 3800. I'm so lovely on Molly, but my wiener would never do stuff. You're thinking of Coke? Molly is the juice maker. I'm not confused. Molly's the scared turtle maker. Only one way to find out. You free this weekend? Every weekend. That's why I blend all my Molly with Cialis. Oh boy. We have fun here. Dangerous combo. Are you saying upping your blood pressure while on amphetamines is a bad idea? You might be right. Do you tell your women what your job is or live mysteriously? Fake job title? Fake job title. Almost always. If I told them I'd babysit a degenerate den of online gamblers every day from 9 a.m. to 4 o'clock, they'd probably think I was weird. You work with special kids? Day trader is a job sounds like a pretty way to say live in your parents' basement for most people. Yeah. I've never tried Walmart greeter, but I did tell someone that I professionally managed a WoW clan. I've never played WoW in my life, but it seemed funny. She didn't care. She was going through some shit. So, but you must be very good at hiding your weirdness. No, I'm not actually. I have a terrible filter, but people mistake my ire and cynicism for comedy, and then they're like, "He's so funny." It's called a guild. Whatever. She didn't fucking know. Doesn't matter. How can you lie to women and then sleep with them? Easy. Just ask them a question. Ask them a question that they're gonna lie about, and then you're even. Just be like, "That's the best you've ever had, huh?" And they're like, "Yeah." Then you've both lied to each other. Boom. I know the VIX is in a naughty zone. What's the over-under on hitting 42.15? Coin flip? Looking a lot better right now. How much do I weigh? I think I'm like 240 right now. I'm pretty fat. I might even be like 242. Not me. Oh, ask the girl how much she weighs. Some girls are really proud of their weight. Six three. You need to work out or you won't be able to enjoy all the monies. That's not true. I'll be able to enjoy all the monies until I'm too old to really enjoy the money. Is that treadmill you bought still in the hallway? No, I've been walking on it every day. I don't want to run on it because it makes too much noise. Also, I don't like running. It's gross. My wife loves talking about her weight and how I weigh more than two of her. Maybe she's into that. You keep talking about getting yoked for your salt and pepper years, Silver Fox, but you ain't being about it. Well, I figured I'd just start taking Ozempic like around like 38 years old, and then hit the gym around 40 with a bunch of steroids. There's nothing freakier looking than like a 45-year-old man with like a 12 pack. Yeah, I thought it was a good plan. Gherk, I'm 40. You should start before now. I don't have children, so I don't have the stress fat. Atomic. Now I'm insulted. It took me a while, but in the end, I'll have insulted every one of you. I do walk on an incline. The older you get, the harder it is to add muscle. That's what the growth hormone and the test are for. Hello? You may have to just straight up call me an idiot to insult me, and even that may not work. Sometimes you're poor and can't afford Tren. Yeah. I don't have that problem. To prevent losses in the last 2 hours, I'm going to go clean the house. Oh, look at you, Atomic. Well done. People that think exercise is what keeps you healthy and live long have never studied blue zones where they just eat 65% carbs. Yeah, but they have like very little to no red meat in their diet, right? Call me an ass face if you want, but that's just like my opinion, man. I swapped out for a straddle at 410. Interesting. Try to what are you gonna sell the put side on the drop and then hold the long into close? Can you play I Can Be Green for VIX? I don't know where it is. Oh, look, it's Pickle fanfic. Late one night in January of 2069, a ruggedly handsome pickle-themed finfluencer met up with his Tinder date for the night, Carl's wife. Mr. Pickle was under the assumption that Carl was away on a business trip, joining Dork and JFresh as they try to determine when GME will break $1.69. As Mr. Pickle and Mrs. Carl began to do the deed, Mr. Pickle felt a soft, succulent, low T hand slide up his back onto his shoulder. As Mr. Pickle looked up from Mrs. Carl, he noticed a big red beard leaning in to kiss Mr. Pickle's back. Mr. Pickle, in a sheer moment of terror, jumped off Mrs. Carl, ripping his grotesquely large centaur penis completely off, and began to run as fast as his forelegs would take him. He tripped on Carl's long red beard and fell out of the window. This motion picture brought to you by Disney and Gabe Plotkin. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well done, retard dead. Well done. The highest life expectancy is directly related to populations with higher consumption of meat. Several studies back this up, but not necessarily red meat, right? Yeah, still got you beat, Popcorn Trader. Is that for this quarter? Or just the year? If it's this quarter, you're winning. I don't think it is, though. I think it's the year. In which case, you're losing hard. And if we go under 4,200, you're going to lose even harder. Meta wants to charge EU users $14 a month if they decline personal ads. Sounds like everyone's going back to MySpace. Dope. Make sure you friend me. Before the stream, did you have this much fun streaming? No. Shockingly. I lost 40 pounds after working 11-hour shifts for about 90 days without a day off. Feeling pretty good. Look at you bumping up the productivity numbers. It's not stress weight, it's just armor for when their arms and legs flail at you like cute little monsters. For the risk, bulls moved down to 4,200. Have they gotten less theta on it compared to their earlier positions? No, that's not how rolling down works. What a tryhard. Okay, I'm not reading that, Odoristan. That's too much. Twitter? Twitter's delisted. It's fucking October, man. It's not even Halloween yet. You're hitting me with the Christmas jokes? Chat GPT didn't know Twitter got delisted. You didn't even write it? Now I feel less bad. I got bored during the lockdowns and started doing long distance running. I lost 58 pounds, then stopped and gained it back, then lost it again because I was bored. That sounds healthy. What are you going to dress up as for Halloween? I was thinking like a pickle themed influencer. Furu. Dress as a shill? Oh, wait. Exactly. What's the most important question of the day? What are the best strats for picking up hot wives at Whole Foods? So there's two of them. The best one is learn like 20 obscure facts about how to tell the ripeness of a vegetable and then comment on the ripeness of their vegetables. I swear it works. You'd be like, oh, you want to check the stem on that because if it's like kind of looks a little soft, if it's kind of soft, you want a harder stem. You know, don't make it so obvious, but uh, the other one is to hang out in the like skincare and holistic beauty aisle and just be like, what are essential oils every time a hot woman walks by? I found success with both of those methods. No, you have to put the melon up to your ear and gently tap on it or push the bottom of the melon in. But make sure your hands are kind of veiny. That really helps. Like if you can grasp whatever vegetable they're holding and you know, get like a pump going in your hands before you go in the store. Ideally wear like a button up linen shirt with the sleeves rolled up. And if you can get like a light, like maybe like an almond oil, and kind of give your forearms like just a little rub down before you go inside. I'm trying to trade these red bibs. This is literally the best advice you've ever given, and no one is taking it seriously. I know. Well, because so it works. Hold on. It's not bullshit, and I'm not trolling. It works because, first of all, you're immediately taking control of a situation, which I don't know that works. I don't want to say why it works, but it works. Then you're showing passion for an absurd thing, which women love, and you're manhandling things from the earth while demonstrating a deep knowledge of vegetables. Just rewind it just a little bit, Jen, and I guarantee you'll fully agree with me. I'm taking it seriously. My wife is hot and shops at Whole Foods, so this is a warning shot. How much chest hair should I expose? How much do you have? I hang out in the tampon section and make comments like, oh wow, super, huh? Or sporty, down for a run. 0 win rate so far. There's a line down here. You just don't know where it is. I'm not sure if that's where it is. Could be. That looks a little low. I think it was this one. Yeah, that seems better. Instructions unclear. I asked about essential oils, and now I'm in an MLM. Well, sounds like you're gonna have to build out your own base of salespeople. The other trait you need is you have to have communication skills at a minimum. Half the pickle jar is disqualified. Inherently, we have people with wasps in their domicile. I think most of you are married, which means at some point, a significant chunk of you convinced someone to sleep with you. It's way easier than trading. Glistening pumped hands and a linen shirt? Lol. Wait, is this the cover of a romance novel? I mean, but it would work, right? That's the only question, Jen. Is it effective or not? We're backtesting the strategy. Yay or nay? Pepperidge Farm remembers my game. But how many married guys on this stream are still virgins? That doesn't make sense. At least you're committed, Grim, too. I would like at least 42.35 end of day. Interesting. Okay. Fucking straddle, it's not up. It's up, but not as much as my put would be. You sell the put and then you see if the call goes in the money. I'm also in a meeting and can't hear. Never mind. Finally, on lunch, I open up YouTube to see the face behind the voice I've been listening to religiously for the last year, and he hides. Longtime listener, first time disappointed viewer. You've been in here 100 times, VWasp. $4,200 end of day. We got to be getting close to bounce time, right? Maybe some more bottoms here around 42.15. If we drop to 42.10, I think we bounce hard. You can't type fat in YouTube chat? Hmm. Oh, okay. Taking control of the situation. I literally overheard a workman say, I'll take care of that to someone else. And I thought, I missed that. Exactly. Thank you for confirming my biases, Jen Jen. There's almost 85k volume on 4200p. I think we're going down. What if I were to tell you that it's almost all sold? Actual crypto crash this year or next? Hmm. Maybe alongside bank failures? You aren't allowed to sell options, Gherk? Yes, you are. What's a swear word? Fat? Dork, stop abusing your moderator powers. Would it work? Maybe. I'm not convinced. My neighbor likes to weigh in on everything, and I do, and I hate it. It reminds me of my ex. No, no, no. You have to offer it up like a helping hand, not. Also, your neighbor's probably ugly. Come back and guys, wait up. I'm out of settled cash. Hmm. That's not how that works. Okay, SPX bounces here. It's still really early though. How much lower do you think BAC is going to go? I don't know. 0? Don't say that. It's just a joke. That would be so bad for everything except my puts. Why? Some other bank will just assume your loans. Are you over concentrating cash in one account? One based on your yearly earnings, this your really small account? So you're not saying to full port November 20Ps on what? On Bank of America? November seems like not a lot of time. Yeah, I saw your DMs. That's for the year, not the quarter. I thought it was for the quarter at first, and I was like, damn, it's definitely for the year. You know, at 4150 SPX, I'm gonna have you beat by 300% popcorn. How did you fall so far behind so quickly? The first quarter, you were slaying it. We were neck and neck, tip to tip. Are puts selling off? Not yet. That's why I think we're going to be down here a little longer. Tesla die now? Could. Just resistance at every fucking level, though. Why would I ever buy a mansion? What am I going to do with it? Just shout really loud so it echoes? Yeah, it's super obnoxious. It is. That's why you need theta or ways to offset decay. You really don't want to do anything that isn't just trading to make more money. I can't think of anything more fun. That's not entirely true. If I had a few $1 billion, I would actively invest and use my money to manipulate people, things, and businesses. Rent it out as an Airbnb and then wander the halls aimlessly at night in a Victorian outfit. Ooh, I could call it like a haunted mansion experience. Probably do very well during the holiday season. I'll have to get one of those like old mansions in Louisiana though that are creepy. I sold my BAC around 40.50 so I could buy into Bobby. Thanks, Bobby, for getting me out of BAC before it was dumped. Louisiana is actually haunted. Yeah, but crackhead ghosts they're really easy to avoid. You just walk on the other side of the street. Oh no, not a New Orleans mansion. That would be so reckless. Oh no. Those creepy mansions you're referring to in Louisiana are better known as plantation houses. Okay, one of those. Build my own museum? It's just going to be posts of brokerage CSVs and then like a small thing about what happened. I haven't, Wesley. Nothing of historical significance happened at these plantations. It doesn't have to be a plantation. I feel like that's a specific type of house with like more land than I really want to try to maintain. But I guess you don't have to maintain the grounds because it's haunted, right? That's the whole point. You don't actually have to do any maintenance. That's part of the immersion. School of Stock coming back, or can I give up on that dream? It might. Meta to lay off metaverse employees. Like the ones that work on it or the ones that are in it? The old oaks with dripping creepy moss are all ambience. Yeah. Should I say ambiance? Because it is Louisiana. Hmm. That's how I say it, even in the Midwest. Look at you walking around giving yourself airs. Well, I'm a librarian at work, so I understand trying to fancy up the Midwest. My grandma had a curio, like a crystal curio cabinet filled with dolls of small children. It was horrific. There were like little, like porcelain children. Hundreds of them. Save it for therapy, dude. Captured souls. Grab those for the haunted mansion. That's terrifying. Yes, precious moments dolls. I don't know what they were called. Creepy. Creepy small porcelain dolls. Did they have real skeletons inside? I didn't check. So chop here between 42.15, 20, and then push back up 42.35, end of day. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking VIX short back to 19. Try to launch off of the short puts at 4,200. What's the hypothesis for a bounce here? There doesn't need to be one. You could form a hypothesis. You could choose, like, it could be like, is Gherk right or wrong? Right? And then you can test that by seeing if I'm right or wrong. I wonder what will kids in a few generations think about grandpa and grandma's anime figurines. Do people own those? Chat asking Greg how greedy they should be. Always. Yep, you've nailed it. I like that you chose the bell pepper. That's the paradox. If they have animals figurines, they won't have grandkids. Anime, not animals. $42.25, 10 put spread. Remain to close or exit slightly green now. We may get one more, kind of like one more downside move. So you might get a better. There's a chance you could still get a better exit, but I don't know if we'll go down to 42.10. Like maybe just 15. Oh, autocorrect. Hmm. One year ago, extreme fear. 1 month ago, greed. 1 week ago, extreme fear. Yesterday, fear. Interesting. RTY retesting yearly lows. It could go lower. See, look, Tesla's finally breaking down. Look at it, Dave. VIX is looking smexy. Hmm. Where did we open today? All the way up there. It's too high. Is it normal for the VIX to be 50 cents in backwardation? It's abnormal for the VIX to be in backwardation, period. Is 4,200 possible tomorrow? Maybe. We'll see what the setup looks like. Probably not gonna. Even if we break below it, we probably won't stay below it until after non-farm and unemployment. It's hard to believe you're 6'3". You barely peek over my desk. I have my desk up really high. Could go lower. Then I could see. Then I can look larger. The other way is better. Gherk is actually 6'12". It's tiny Gherk who's 6'3". Do you think I have a smaller clone of myself, Squamsk? You're right. Just make your camera larger on screen. Like this. I hope you're right about 42.35. I mean, even if you're not, it's fine, but I hope you are. I'm mostly just saying it because of my spreads. Put yourself on the back of the pigeon whale. Does the rise in volatility, falling market make you change how many days to expiration you straddle with? Not really, no. Although if volatility closes, like if we end the day with VIX above 20, I'll probably strangle instead of straddle. Any news from Asia that could cause another 2 to 3% tonight? What do we have tonight? God, it's only 2:30. I need something. I need more caffeine. Let's see. Nothing. No, I don't think so. Not a lot of economic data tonight at all. Or maybe this is just wrong. I was wrong. Sorry. Oh, EU PPI could have some effect overnight. 2-year gilt. That might be interesting. But that's about it. Some ECB president speeches. Is this going to go bonkers by Q1? It could happen sooner than that. Really tearing up carpet, and not in the fun way. I just noticed the room's full of LSU gear on all the walls. Want me to ask them if they know of any haunted plantations for you? I'd prefer if it wasn't a plantation, or at least historically wasn't a plantation. Do you think 4215 is off the table? Not all my limit buys triggered. No, there's still a lot of interest at 4215. Oh, you mean like, are we gonna hit it? We could. This little bump could fail. If this fails, we get maybe another chance to retest close to 4215. Although, I think if we cross 4215 to the downside and actually hit the trend there, that'll probably be the bottom for today. If this keeps breaking up, it may be over. But I don't think they really have volatility super under control just yet. SPX up around 12% on the year now. NQ still up 37%. What level do you see NQ going to? Or will it pick up speed if SPX keeps falling? Yeah, I mean, tech's obviously holding off the most. But, I mean, as conditions get worse everywhere else, I would expect tech to fall also. I didn't. Ashmahi. But that's funny as hell. There's a live feed of voting to oust McCarthy. Is it a popular decision? Closed around 42.35 today. Retest to 42.50 before 4200 for tomorrow. I mean, we don't have to go back to 42.50. We could, but we don't have to. I think that would depend on service. Let's see what services data prints. Services prices, if it's like a big miss or a big beat, that could have some pretty direct effect on the on like indexes. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta get some caffeine. I'll be right back. I can almost hear the Mario noises from breaking through 42.35 now. That's silly. The Japanese didn't design the stock market. They're currently voting on whether or not to table the vote to remove McCarthy as speaker. Well, that's way less exciting. Nothing like votes to beget other votes. JPM, Wells, BlackRock, Citigroup, earnings on the 13th. That'll be important. Banks are going to be like, look how much money we've made lending money from Japan. It looks like they might not table it, so he's got a real shot at losing it. Who's the replacement? I just found out my company bills the government $300K a year for me. How much of that do you get? Laughs maniacally. uh I don't think, doesn't he not have enough seniority? Isn't it the most senior member? $300K billed is 135 paid typically. That sounds about right. How far do you usually strangle? Firmly, but not enough to cut off the air supply to the brain. That's whoever a majority of the House votes to become Speaker. That's it. Yeah, but like they're gonna pick someone, right? Just no Speaker? Okay, that could work too. Do you really need them? Yeah, put in a chokehold once. You guys, it blows. It feels like everything in your noggin is gonna explode. That sounds terrible. I'm not sure the House can actually pass anything without a speaker due to the rules. They must have some sort of like interim backup policy. When universal basic income, when housing becomes so expensive, employers have to subsidize it. Bring back company towns. So Canada. Is this gonna fail? Or is that it? Are we done? Are we done doing downside? Hmm. Yeah, gamma's flattened out a little bit to the upside, but not a ton. There's still a decent amount of resistance at 43.30. I think if we break up above 43.30, then I guess we could hit 50. 50 still seems kind of out of reach, but nationwide EBS signal tomorrow at 4:20 Pacific Standard Time. Some crazies think a zombie virus will start. Other people are going to get really high. Nice. Like the stream if you appreciate Gherk's ability to answer any question. We need a good old fashioned God candle to get this pump going. No, we don't. Those can happen in the end of the day like they did yesterday. I have more than a few 0DT calls after making money all day on the put side. This really is like pod racing, slow and grinding pod racing. Like really slow pod racing. Wait, how slow is the pod in this race? Table boat failed on to the execution. Alright. Can you make the SPX at 4250, please? Thank you. Yeah, again, that's not how this works. Not yet. The baby account's gonna have to get a lot bigger if I'm gonna start pumping the market 25 basis or 25 points. I'm not the market. I'm simply one of its oracles. Get to it then. Jen, I'm still recovering from blowing up the account in the beginning of September. I've turned $700 into, what, almost 11 now? 10? 10 or 11? Now it's time to blow it up again. It's not easy being poor. I didn't say it was a messiah. I said oracle. I can turn $700 into 11 easy. 11,000, not 11. There's the confusion. Now I think I get it. You tell me the future price of SPX if I'm not involved in the moving of it. So your results may vary. To be fair, you did say 11. That's true. Bestow upon me all of your titles, Jen. Hear me out. VIX stays over 20 at close. We open tomorrow at 4,000. No. When will the pickle jar have a put wall of our own? On SPX? We got a ways to go. Out of settle cash, still on the clock. Escape time, baby. Nice, man. Stress the truth. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. 42.75 end of day. I would prefer not that high. $40 would be perfect. $47.50 would be perfect. Get the fuck out of here. If we ever have a compound, I promise that you guys can build put and call walls. We'll get some cinder blocks. We'll paint one set red, one green, and then we can have a handball court. Or, well, I guess pickleball. Pickleball's more popular right now. Hear me out. This big down day is the start of a move on SPX down to 4,100 by the end of this week. It's a little lower than where I thought it could go. 42.40 end of week would be my current max profit, so I'm okay with 42.40. All right, nice. Can we build a wall out of pieces of shipping containers? And tell the SPX very strongly not to try to go around or over it. That probably won't work. Is that handball but played with your pickle? I think so. I wanted to hate pickleball and did for some time, but I got talked into playing it recently, and to my chagrin, it's really fun. Huh. Could we use foam blocks? It will not take long to turn into Lord of the Flies. My friend's parents have an 1800s brothel in the Santa Cruz Mountains. It still had the numbers over the doors. I'm pretty sure it's haunted and could be a great compound. They're selling it. Interesting. Fuck your chagrin. Would you rather hold the spreads into close or take the profit if you could close? For 0 DTE spreads, I'd rather take the profit most of the time. What membership level to get an invitation to the pickle compound? I don't know. Pigeon whale. I don't want to set the bar too high. No one will show up. Ugh. Thinking ahead, will you be getting a P.O. box this year so we can send Christmas gifts? No? I don't I don't think so. You'll just have to see if you get an invitation, Spy-Fi. How do I increase the turgor of my pickle? My wife complains sometimes. The rigor? Or the turgor? Uh, Is that the appropriate way to use Wouldn't it be like turgidity? I recommend a tension ring. Well, there you go. Right from our resident dick doctor. A tension ring, hamburger helper. Turgor pressure. Interesting. The Tigger, he wants to be bouncy and fun, 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 fun. Because the wonderful thing about Tiggers is I'm the only one. I jumped off the meeting at exactly the right time. When will you let longtime pigeon whales pay through Patreon or something? So you don't have to give so much to Google through YouTube. I think I could set it up through Ko-Fi. Yeah, Google takes a shitload of it. I don't know. I could try to do that. I'm not good with red tape or structuring things. I don't like bureaucracy. Like if I'll see what I can do. Would people prefer that? It seems so much easier to do it through YouTube. Let me know. I'll take a look. Okay. I learned how to use the word turgor in the 10th grade AP Bio. Dictionary, the normal fullness or tension produced by fluid content of living cells. I know what it is. I get it. I just don't like it. Right on my fucking straddle. Wait, you sold the put side, right? You already took profits on the put side, Dirk? You never did anything in the DGen masterclass. Yeah, well, that's because I quickly realized that there weren't enough people to fill it. Like, I thought it was a really good idea at first, and I was like, wow, this is gonna be so cool. And then I was like, wow, there's not a lot of very good traders yet. I can't remember what happened around that time. Definitely Lawrence of Arabia. If we're making up words, my submission is bips of Latin origin, meaning ban. No, I gotta wait till tomorrow. What? Why? Spy 421 end of day and Spy 421 end of day tomorrow. What if the market gives you one more exit before bouncing? Pickle jar might need its own channel for pickleball. Huh. I don't like sports, though. That's a sport. I would spy to move $4 or more over the next 24 hours. Okay, that's fair, I suppose. Did you make money on the downside today, though? Like that ridiculous beat on JOLTS was just like I just bought puts right away. Calling it a sport is a stretch. It would make a good drinking game. Can we combine the little paddles with beer pong? Or we could just play with the little paddles. Trading is a sport for you. Putting idiots in their place, sport for you. Being right, all sport. It's not a sport. It's a necessity. What's a JOLTS? The jobs data. JOLTS. Volume is higher than average on GME. What does that mean? More sellers? I can't even remember what JOLTS stands for. It's like job openings and labor survey something. Turnover? Turger? Job openings and labor turnover survey. Yeah, that's right. The market doesn't want to be at 421 on SPY anymore. I don't give a fuck. You spend whatever it takes to keep SPY at that price until the end of day tomorrow. God damn it. Okay, but we were at like 416, which means that you were $5 in the money at one point just recently, right? Well, I guess not. 50 cents. God, SPY sucks. I was like $1 in the money. So you need a big move. Hmm. I was tempted to just sell the put I was holding, switch over SPX0 DTE to the moon, and then instead I took $100 of risk off the table and went delta neutral. Gross. I need to be a little less degen, Dork. You need to be more degen. I never thought I'd say that about anybody in the pickle jar. You're just not degen enough. I've sold some 0DTE 421p on SPY. So thanks for the vol shorts. Alright, hold on. Let me just take a cash advance on my credit card real quick. Okay, stop. Stop. Make sure that you get cash back on that. No cash back on cash advances, Gherk. Oh, there's ways. You just go to Costco, buy something that costs $2,000, then return it for cash. Boom. Gherk, there you go. You can buy the gold at Costco. So you buy 1 troy ounce of gold, or whatever the fuck that thing is, and then you return the gold. You still get the cash back. Well, you only need to do a balance, so you have to open up another credit card if you blow up the first credit card, and then you balance transfer the first credit card over to the new credit card, right? Just delete your bank account. Hey, Dork, this failed. There's not a lot of minutes left in the day. Is that embarrassing, or is it just another double bottom? Hmm. So we need to go up $10 to $30. Or do we just close at 236? 236 would suck. Then that's the exact close. Well, let me get the cents too. 236.38. Did it change? 233.69. That's even worse. I don't like that. $230 to 35. I would prefer 35 to 40. Oh, what about oh, me too, but my straddle needs to suffer. Where are your DGen 0 DTECs? I can't buy any more options on this account because I day traded a put earlier. That's interesting. Sell off into close? Sold a chat amount of 4,200p today. Sheesh. Nice. Break even at a close up of 42.24. Wish me luck. You might need it. Hmm. Interesting. All right. How low do you think Gmail will go this week? It could go lower. There's resistance at 13 in like the 1370s. But we do have some ETF FTDs tomorrow, so maybe that'll at least protect the price from continued downside. If this sells off into close, how freaking bearish would we be for the rest of the week? I mean, I'd be the same amount of bearish through tomorrow and Thursday, but maybe a little more on Friday. Drop or pop into close? I think pop, but like a shitty one. I mean, we're under charm. Charm's negative, like on the whole chain. Charm's very negative. I doubt it. Has to go to 4270, right? Why? That seems ridiculous. No, probably not. I still think end of day sub 50. The real question here is, are we gonna bounce, or And I think we could. I don't know if we have enough time. I think they're gonna push up, and I think like 30 to the narrower range. I think like 34 to 48. Hmm. What if they just give up 42.20? It's not really that. So the issue here isn't that bulls are fighting back, right? The issue is here is that there aren't like a lot more bears piling in lower. And if the 42.15s start closing, like any sold ones start closing, or even the long ones start capitulating, that's gonna drive prices up. That's on one DTE 42.50.55 overnight bear call. I don't know. If we close today above the long-term trend, I probably wouldn't want to have that out. That doesn't seem great. I'm getting ready to sell some longer dated puts. Get ready for a huge drop after they close. They're really gonna let VIX close over 20? I already said I think they're gonna push it up. It's just kind of hard from here. I already made my double bottom announcement. Bears don't want to get killed like they did back in May. No, they don't. They're being much more careful now. All of their like big sold call positioning super far out of the money where it can't be squeezed out. All of their put positioning's been mostly longer dated. I think my Airbnb spreads are up finally. What do you think about BNKU? My friend's trying to get me to buy a bunch of it. Well, let's find out if they're a good friend. I don't think this has options. This is the bull one, right? For earnings, I assume, right? It could be okay. Yeah, banks have been pretty aggressively lending, so their net interest income should be starting to improve. If the Japan spread hasn't collapsed by then, they should have pretty good earnings. It's like next week or the week after next. Yellen said optimistic for the economic outlook. Well, that's good for her. Bulls don't seem to want this very bad. Yeah, they can do a lot very quickly, but we'll see. What's your opinion on room 40? Of like the British Admiralty or the D's nuts joke? That was the name of the like cryptanalysis division of the British Admiralty during the First World War. All right, later, popcorn. Yeah, volume's weak. Am I seeing what you're seeing? That 4200 and 4210 have fallen off for the last few minutes. Yeah, I mean everything kind of out of the money is falling off. But that's what happens to that's what happens in the last like 30 minutes of the day. Got full ported calls when you said double bottom, and I'm not rich yet. What gives? I don't know. Maybe you're just not good at this. You should be up $1. New York Fed open market trading desk intends to conduct small value overnight reverse repo operation with primary dealers and reverse repo counterparties. Okay. Bid submission process will be conducted from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Tuesday, October 17. Neato. Meta up 250% from 52-week low. It's doing quite well for itself. Yeah, Amazon's in deep shit with the FTC. No, I haven't taken off Friday. I forgot about that. No, I need to keep. I need to look at my storage room. This is not my apartment. Do you see Fubo running before end of year? It could. We could have like one more run in it this year. Not. I don't think it's gonna run super hard or anything, but like maybe like 3 or 350 again. I think the Bulls lose here because they are a loser. You hear that, Bulls? Oh, are you trying to taunt them? Because of their pathetic limp dick attempts at trying to breach 42.27. I agree, a real bull would have pounded right through that resistance. The two Tesla spreads, pseudo acting like a 25 wide vertical, just with split dates. I sold a call for 100% profit yesterday, held my put position, sold it for 100% profit. If it wasn't for you, I would still just be buying GME. Thanks, man. Still sounds like sport to me. It's not all games are sports. All sports are games, but not all games are sports. Stop taunting the Bulls. You're making them more flaccid. Self-conscious, you mean? $30 left. And we haven't broken 42.20. Fuck, that's kind of rough. Maybe we really do need to test 15. Is 7 days enough theta to strangle SPY at 2021? Could be. You shouldn't read Bobby DD when you're sober. Nice, Barodactyl. Congratulations. Buy something nice for the Gherks. CMPS. Oh, yep. Well, we kind of discussed it hitting. It's hitting 650 yesterday, right? I thought we did. I suppose it could keep going down. This doesn't look like it's going great for them. Wait, hold on. Am I reading the title of this article correctly? Compass Pathways announces publication of first study evaluating potential AI model to predict outcomes of psilocybin treatment and treatment-resistant depression. This company's going out of business. I'm sorry. That's... What strip mall do they run their biotechnology lab out of? Oh, it's in London. Even worse. It's a garage. Is that AI shroom treatment? That's what I think I just read. Like the AI are taking mushrooms now? The world is doomed. It's a converted shipping container micro home. Hmm. Interesting. We got 24 minutes left? This doesn't look good for Todd. Hmm. I don't know. I'm kinda trying to see what Vol's gonna do here. Sorry. That green peen saved my port. I still think bounce, but it looks like it could be weaker from here. I guess that puts us in the lower range. 26 to like, yeah, 26 to 48. The ES doesn't look so hot. Not a lot of volume anywhere. We'd have to move really fucking hard here. Jesus Christ. The 30 years at 4.94. The 20 years at 5.14. This is just bearish, man. Tonight might be the first time I straddle on SPY. Expect the flattest day ever tomorrow. Well, you should have more than one day of theta. Will I be able to finally... Will I finally be able to afford a home soon? I don't know. How much money do you make? Is your primary source of income an Etsy store? Is Friday enough theta to get to 4,200? Not necessarily. You can lose a lot of contract value overnight. When was the last time yields were this high? The 30 year? Fuck. I'm not even sure it got this high. And the 30 years like already at like '07, like mid '07 levels, and it's not really that far off from like 2002 levels. Tenure is about the same. Aside from October, or yeah, like October of last year, the dollar is the highest it's been since 2002. Fuck. Just remember to be comforted because the juice caboose said it's gonna be all right, baby. She wouldn't lie to me, right? Not after all we've been through. Did Carl steal the Bulls tea? He just bought calls. Contemplating taking a sign on my CSPs and selling CCs at 18. CSPs expired 10/20. And we might be above them by then. NVIDIA put's gonna be a pickles pick tonight? Or should I cut these 420 weeklies? I don't know. The call, like the chain on it was bullish this morning. Why the fuck would you buy 420 weeklies? I said 420 was the level to confirm a downside. It's trading at 435 right now. This might be the longest straight run in the dollar ever. This is fucking crazy. Even like back in like 2014, it had some breaks. Yeah. Hmm. There's 25. 26 is the low end of the closing range. $4,000 by OPEX? That's ridiculous. Maybe after. By OPEX would be insane. Like after inflation and the Fed decision, maybe. Is an iron condor just a cheaper version of a straddle, or does it have greater downside? No, it has less downside. Well, that depends. Usually, it has limited downside, but it's not really. I mean, an inverse condor is more like a straddle or a strangle, and then a condor would be the opposite of that because it's all the profit is all within the strikes. Ugh. Does it look like we go up or down into close? Well, we tried for up just now again. Let's see if they try a little more. I said earlier 42.26 to 42.48 with like 26.34 being more likely between 26 and 34. Shell. Hypothetically, let's say you took some shrooms and bought GME at $24. How would you approach getting out of it? You definitely bought it at $24 long before you took any shrooms by Polar Bear. About them yesterday when 450 rejected. Don't you think you picked like kind of a way too wide range? Maybe bears go for VIX 20 close. I mean, I don't know. I doubt it. Big bulls go for VIX sub 20 close. It's an unofficial report that China's real estate debt may reach over 12 trillion USD. There are enough empty, unfinished homes for all 1.4 billion Chinese people. That's crazy. Take more shrooms until the number looks like a 24. I mean, that's what yes no contracts do. You could also just use puts and calls, because they do that too, Wabbeef. Well, yeah, but it's NVIDIA. But it's above gamma neutral, so it's stabilized on the downside. I'm not getting any strangles unless we end the day above VIX 20, which I don't think we're going to do. So I'm just going to straddle again. I got a 2-to-1 ratio strangle on SPY, 421 and 422C. I hope I have enough theta now for October 17th. Weird date, but better, I guess. Why so much theta on a strangle? Well, whatever. So the more theta you buy on a position like that, the wider the move you need, or the further the move you need to clear the spread. So to break even, you're going to need a larger move one direction or the other than if you'd bought something with less theta. I took your advice and strangled with VIX up. 4,500 and 4,001 DTE. Thanks for your teachings. Oh, Jesus Christ. What a waste of money. $42.30 would be a gross close. I think it would be above that. 34 would also be disgusting. Yes, I know. Stock God. Blah, blah, blah. It's true. I don't know about a Black Swan event, but I'm positioned for a Silly Goose event. Neg it until it hits 4270. I don't want to go to 4270. Gherk is they? How dare you assume my fucking pronouns? Bipolar bear. God, Guru, Messiah, Oracle. Yes. Yahweh, Shill. I have many names. If you couldn't use he, him, what would you choose? It. It, that. How could Tesla market cap be 20% less than Nvidia? What? Why? They're both pieces of shit. 4380 4000 piece strangle is the same price as the 4500 4000 strangle for tomorrow's expiry. Do I get ripped off, guy with the widest strangle? Pickle. Nice, Squabs. If it doesn't get afforded 270, how am I gonna make 120K off of $500? Shill. Shockingly, 4000p at ask is 25 cents right now. That's fucking nuts. Why is it nuts? Nuts because it costs more than 5 cents? Any other major data after JOLTS this morning that could swing the market a lot this week? Yeah, we have non-farms and unemployment on Friday. We have ISM services tomorrow and S&P services. Those will, I don't think they're going to be super impactful, but they'll have some effect. Thursday we might be a little light. I think we balance a trade. Yeah, not a lot Thursday, but a bunch of Fed speakers. Well, VIX was under for a second there. Not looking great for 35. No. It's barely looking like anything for 26. It's pretty bearish, honestly. I'm not sure they're winning the battle for the VIX at the end of the day here. I mean, they'll try, but and they might get it. If we close the day under 42.25, that's really bad. I made money today? Fucking A, Carl. At your job? Yeah. You know what? I will strangle. I'm just gonna go like 30, 30, 20. Gherk, my port is green on the year and not in unrealized gains. Nice, man. Congratulations. You wish, Carl. Were you here for the fanfic about you earlier? Retottle DM it to you. What? No, I'm pinning that shit. I had my first six-figure realized gain day. Cheers. Nice, man. That's an awesome feeling. Congratulations, quick name. Hmm. Oh, it's kind of hard to get a fill on these puts. There we go. Oh, they're gonna do it. They're gonna get the VIX back. Who's gonna win? No, who cares? Some of you guys really are the big boys. Heck. Yeah, actually. There's a few people in Discord that are throwing around some pretty serious money. I was wrong. 42.25 is more obnoxious than 42.32.50. Nope. There it is. 42.30. Ding ding. That last fucking candle. No, they got it. They had to pull a sneaky one at the end of the day, but they did get it. All right. Well, another 130 basis point down day for the SPX. Looks like it was a little worse for NQ, down 170 BPS. Russell down 158, and Dow down 123. VIX futures up 10%. Spot VIX up 12.78%. Still in backwardation with the contracts in front. Yields are softening a bit now, but I think the 30-year peaked at like 320 basis points today and 4.95% yield. And the 20-year now above 5% at 5.12. The 10 and the 5 both kind of chopping around 4.8, and the 2-year is at 5.15. These are the highest yields for the 10 and the 30 since July of 2007. The Dixie ended the day above 107, but that seems to be softening a little bit now in after hours. There's kind of a fight for Dixie and this November high breakout just about all day. We did break above the resistance briefly, but ultimately failed the test for today. That can still keep pushing up tomorrow. I don't see anything alleviating any of the current pressure on yields or the dollar. There may have been some open market action by the Ministry of Finance in Japan as USD JPY hit 150 earlier today. There at least seemed to be. I don't know how effective that was. Well, it just wasn't that effective, frankly. ES closing the day just above that 42.63 resistance. and climbing a bit more after close here. The beginnings of a breakout that may carry into tomorrow and see us retest the 4250 level. Or yeah, maybe just 4240 actually. Well, I guess on SPX 4270 or ES on 4275. For SPX, we fell a little short of today's projection. We stayed within the same trend, but a bit short of the projection. I would say a turnaround here on our long-term trend would probably mean a bounce back. And I would probably set my target for that between 4250 and 4285 as the softer data over the next 2 days allows the bulls to de-risk some of their positioning at 4250, but a lot of that will depend on what kind of overnight move we see tonight. And if we still continue to see some softening in yields on the dollar, that may not happen. And with tech starting to slip now, we may just start to pick up even more downside momentum. If we do break 4200 tomorrow, our next downside target's really far away, down at 4132.35. So the next leg of a downside could be quite large. I think that move is almost, like almost 230 BPS from where we're at now. And that puts us shockingly close to the JPM long puts, which are out in December. Those could pick up quite a lot of delta if we start to fall into that range. Not only delta, but Vega as well. So we're on the precipice of quite a lot of downside potential right now. We'll see how it plays out. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Congratulations to everybody. Quick name. Awesome shit, man. 100K on the day is dope. Or more. The rest of you, well done. I hope everyone made a little bit of money today. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, guys.
Snorting, sweating, and pacing. Grab some kitties.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
you, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy